Alright, hello everybody. Welcome to the first stream in like 2 weeks. The last bit of streams we were just like full-on sprinting, trying to get the node graph working before AWE, and we succeeded. We did in fact get it working before AWE, and I was able to demo it once, and that made it worth it. So now we're back to like the phase after the phase after the sprint. The thing that companies don't do, which is go back, look at what was good about the sprint, what was bad about the sprint, and what are we going to take away from this. So let's see, I actually can't see that screen, so I'm currently piloting that screen through OBS until I actually put the headset on, which I will do in a moment. But basically, the main like pain points with the UI was I should not have built my own UI for this. But now that we have our own UI, we're gonna keep having our own UI, because I do eventually want to refactor this into Brane script, and then we can code the UI through Brane script. But I do want to make it a lot easier. So right now we're using retained mode GUI, which essentially means you define nodes, you then, or when you want to update that UI, you do it by calling member functions on those predefined UI nodes. You like keep a reference to them, and then you directly call like methods on that specific node, and then you also have like callbacks for events on those nodes. Very unintuitive way to work with stuff. So we're gonna try to change this to an immediate mode GUI system. I'm essentially going to try to create the same pattern React has of basically using lazy values. And I already coded out the bindings thing, but we didn't get to use it because I was like, I am not going to have this done in time to actually like get the thing working. So we're just going to go forward with what we have, which is what we did. And I got it done with like 2 hours to spare, 3 hours. 3 hours to spare. So it was a good thing that I ditched that path back then. But now we're going to go back, refactor it. We also need to redo a tiny bit of the layout algorithm so that we can support every single node type having a calculated minimum size, because currently we only have manually defined minimum sizes, meaning that a lot of nodes can be sized too small. That's a fairly easy one to implement when compared with changing the entire paradigm. Not completely changing it. I think we can extend our current builder pattern to actually get what we want. Some like some more things we're gonna do, like we're gonna store font types in the actual like builder pattern. That way, instead of like directly passing font types through all of our functions like we're doing currently, which is like I don't want to have to pass a reference counted pointer to the font I want to use to every single thing that might ever generate a font. No, we're gonna have it be part of the actual builder itself, so you can like just say use header font. Hello world. Or whiz. I have a thing on OBS, which is how I saw the message, and there was a line right there, so it looked like hello world instead of hello whiz. But hello. But yeah, and then I might also store all of the color styles in the builder as well. Yeah, that might be something I do in the future. But these are kind of the things I want to do, mostly like UI things. And then the other thing we're going to do is come up with a better algorithm for drawing nodes and their lines, and potentially also, I guess like another thing is handle overflow correctly. So you switch to the older webcam style? Yes, and I will explain why later. right now. The reason is because I figured out how to hook a local LLM model into Vim, but it uses all of my VRAM. So if I'm actually going to be using that, we're going to be testing out using it. This will be like, this stream will be my first time like actually attempting to use those tools. I still have enough VRAM left over to like run OBS and stuff. But like, and I might also like decrease the size of model I'm using. But like, potentially, if this is like how I want to do things, like I don't have the space to run a game. Unless I switch to like the 7B model, in which case I will have the space to run a game, which is probably like, yeah. That's where the smoke is coming out. There isn't any. I'm just not lighting the scene well. And it has like a weird color profile. Yeah, the thing is like I'm using an HDMI capture card, so yeah, it gives me like a couple different color spaces to work with. Can I move this window? Yeah. So like you can choose like different color ranges, and it like changes how that works because it's an HDMI like capture card. Let's see, is that gonna? Oh, that's the something or other. Yeah. Not sure which one of these are better. I'm also not done setting up my lighting setup. So yeah, we're actually yeah. Let me just do that real fast because I have like the whatchamacallit light for like making it look cooler, but I don't actually have a key light on yet. So that's, you know, that's kind of important. And then that light over there is just the window with the storm. So let's make this a little bit warmer. Turn it down a little bit, and then increase it a little. Be like there. I mean, that's very well lit. You know, if I really wanted to go the extra mile, I would use the softbox lighting, but limited or full, which color range looks better? Limited color range does look better. It looks like we have slightly more vibrant colors. I'm gonna stick with that. Alright, time to actually lock in and put on that set. Then actually use like a virtual desktop. Let's see, where did I put my controllers? There they are. Yeah, you can kind of see how messy my setup is. Alright. Come on, Quest. Boot. It is taking a hot minute to boot here. Hello. Oh. There we go. Update in progress. That's how it goes. Your Quest decides to update when you are actively streaming. Yeah. I'm in my home environment and there's just a window that says updates in progress. Automatically power headset to update is currently enabled. Your headset has briefly powered on to apply available updates and will power off when complete. Oh. When I clicked manage in settings, it let me through to the actual menu. Okay, can I just like open up virtual desktop and it's gonna like randomly close on me at some point? Yes. Oh wait, that animation is for all apps? Okay, I've only been doing Quest Link, but there's like a new like enter application animation that is very Steam coded, so I thought it was just part of Steam Link. But no, apparently it is part of all of them. Let's see, what Wi-Fi network am I on currently? Because it's not picking up my PC. We're on the correct Wi-Fi here. What about... Well, yeah. It's just Ethernet. So... Oh, wait, do I not have virtual desktop running? Hello, Malik. I'm sorry, we're gonna do ImGui style because we want to eventually pass it to a system that doesn't have the same type of promises, if that makes sense. Like, maybe once I get, like, pipelines working, we can experiment with something. But for now, we're just gonna do more of, like, retained mode. Let's see. Come on. Where is my settings? Can I have the ability to do virtual desktop? Yep. Let's go automatic. I'm just gonna like restart it on the Quest side to try to get it to look for. Yeah, it is weird that they chose those colors for that loading screen. Okay, yeah. Stream on your PC needs... I am hitting every single update right now. That's what I get for not streaming for 2 weeks. And also changing stream setups. And not confirming that the stream setup works on the stream. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just like set it up while I'm on stream. That way I can like talk to people while setting it up. And then it's like, yeah. Then we're like doing all these updates. Updates that I'm seeing zero progress for. Oh. Okay, there we go. It finally asked. Do the thing. And now... settings. Okay. And now, maybe if we restart on the Quest... Yeah, guys, VR is easy. It's not buggy. I have a desktop in my headset. I can see! Go multiple monitors at once? Or is that something I can't do on virtual desktop? No, wait, there we go. There's my second monitor. Let's throw that. Right there! Okay. Now we can finally move on to doing the actual stream things. Let me resize this window down here to be larger. I'll do that. There we go. What? Yeah, there's the Quest random power off that I predicted. The Quest is done updating, and even though I was able to bypass that menu and start using it, it did not detect that. And now it's restarting. It has fully turned off. I see that just like the battery indicator now. Okay. That was like a full turn off. I had to press the power button. Oh, now. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get this on the camera. We are updating firmware. Prep or not to prep? That is the question. The answer is to prep. The correct answer, the smart answer, we wing those. Okay, come on, give me my controllers. Yeah, I've had another bug on Quest where like I need to like sleep it and then unsleep it for it to actually like pick up on my control. Oh wait, I'm doing controller updates right now. That's why they're not working. Meta, let me use my device, please. Okay. This right there. Switch to hand tracking. Hopefully I have that off. There we go. So, I think we're good to go. No more updates. Is Virtual Desktop updating right now on the Quest side, or did it just crash? Where, bro, I want to like, I want to. What if I wanted to use my headset as a desktop replacement? But every single software vendor said it's update time. Now, do I get to use my headset? Okay, now, as I went over before, UI needs these things. And, well, not necessarily needs, but these are the things that we are going to do. I don't think anti-aliasing is on in the headset. I wonder if there's a way to turn that on. Because my cursor is not showing up for me. Let's see. Could be streaming. Maybe if I turn off sharpening? Okay, no, that's still disappearing. Maybe if I turn sharpening to 100%. Nope. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for in-headset anti-aliasing. Yeah, so we're just gonna stick with that. Fidgeting is over. Let's see. Yep, that. So let's throw these into our actual planning, because I realize I haven't really put any of this stuff in here. Like a desugaring pass, I don't even know if that makes sense anymore. Because you don't really I mean, you do maybe have some syntax sugar on a node graph, but not really. Intrinsic functions, yeah. Let's just rechange this to nodes, and then we'll just delete all the steps because those don't make sense anymore. Just have add traits. AST to HIR lowering. We don't even have like that. Like, that goes and done. Finish removing string references from AST and tokens. I can't even remember. Oh yeah, I did do that actually. We do still need to add in control flow. We do still need to add in module linking of the sense. Automatic type resolution, we'll do that at some point. Path resolution, we aren't really gonna do type resolution. Affine type checking, this is literally just how the graph works. And then I don't know if we're ever going to do macros and whatnot. We'll do a little bit more in the future, but let's see. What are the parts of the UI that I need working? Move for the rabbit hole, save the background music. Yeah. Speaking of which, I can't even... There we go. I didn't have the sound on my Quest on. Now I can hear my own background music. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Throw this over here. What are the things our builder pattern needs? We already have bindings, so we just need to figure out how to use them. Refactor UI to be window based. Yeah, so I want, instead of doing like root UI nodes, I want there to be a list of windows. And those windows inside of them are going to have layouts. So windows will have layout will accept a closure that has a layout builder as an argument. And this layout builder is kind of the inverse of our current builder. So right now what we have is a builder for one UI element, whereas we kind of want to give people a more of an ImGui style interface where instead of having like a reference, well, I'm gonna copy ImGui basically in a particular way. If I can, yeah. So you'll see like UI horizontal, and then it takes in this closure here. So the reason they do closures is because usually ImGui style systems have like a begin window and end window, like functions that you call. I don't have a camera here anymore. I'm used to the camera being over here. Camera is here. Usually they have a, begin and end for menus and submenus and all of those different like ranges of things. Now, the Rust paradigm, like the culture of Rust is don't give people tools that they can forget to use. Like, make it as easy as possible to not mess up your code. So we're using closures instead that automatically do that closing and end, like starting and end behavior. And then you say everything you want to do in this section, just put it in the section. And then the grammar of language itself forces you to enclose it. Now, the way that I want to do this is, instead of this being like a begin end thing, instead this UI that I pass in is going to be literally a builder pattern that we then return from the closure. And the reason I'm doing builder pattern instead of like mutable reference that you call functions on is because that's how BraneScript is going to work. BraneScript works by, there is no mutable values, you just consume and then re-emit values with their edited values. So there's not really a concept of mutable versus immutable references like Rust does. And I'm like prototyping that pattern in Rust because it is able to support that pattern very well, and already does for like builder patterns. So that is a very easy like way to explain how BraneScript is going to work, is all operations are going to be a builder pattern. And that's how we handle basically the all control flow in the language. And all, yeah, that's just how it works, is everything's a builder pattern. Yeah, so then this like initial UI reference, you'd get that by creating a window object. So you'd create a window object and you'd get a layout builder, and then you would call these different methods to add different things to that actual layout builder. So you could add recs, you could add like different content for that layout. And you can also change aspects of that layout. And what you're really doing is changing the parent properties of the object it's within, as well as, you're just building the content of the layout. I don't think you actually do change the parent. You do like some form of window builder, and yeah, you do some form of window builder that where you do set things like the sizing properties and the layout direction, and then the layout builder is purely building the content of that layout. And then within that layout builder, the way that we would do sub-elements, and I'll just show you right now, because I already had my editor open. That's the thing I never do. If we go to, actually this would be in UIRS, just anywhere I'm building UI, which would do add here, where we add child. There we go. So I had this like very unergonomic pattern here, where anytime I had to add children to an object, but I needed to also add children to that object, I could add child. Well, what I essentially had to do was make one builder pattern, do everything I wanted, and like this builder pattern, we'd configure the settings of that element. Yes, indeed. UI is a exercise in family management. Just wait until you see my reference count, compile time reference counted pointers strategy. Then we'll be talking a lot about siblings and combining them. But yeah, so I had to create a builder, set all its settings, and then call add child for every single child I wanted to add there, and then pass in another builder there, which this is like, it's getting closer to the pattern that I want it to be, but it's not quite there, because if these children had any properties, I'd also need to break them out, throw them up above, add their children, and then add them here. So it's just it's not a very ergonomic style of actually creating UI. It worked for what I needed to do, which I guess we'll show off real fast because I think it will compile. Yeah, we can just do F32 add, connect these nodes. I do want to make these dots better because I feel like I'm trying really hard not to mess up actually dragging those. But if we look at our result here, you can see like that did just fully JIT compile a program. And where is my result? Give result. I feel like this empty line right here is my result. Let's just try running it again. There it is. Return value 4, because I put in 2 plus 2 and we get out 4. So it is like fully JIT compiled. And we can, I'm glad you asked, yes, we can actually add new nodes onto the thing. So we should now have 4 plus 4, because it's 2 plus 2, and then the result of that, 2 plus 2, yeah, 8. Return value 8. So that all works. Now what about these other nodes? They don't do anything. If I try running with those, it's going to say, I need to actually add them into the compilation tree real fast. Yeah, but if we do multiply, it's just going to say like F32 mul not callable because I haven't actually implemented those on the compiler side yet. They are implemented in the runtime, so I could do that real fast, but I'm more worried about this UI, because the UI like looks decent, but it looks kind of bad, you know? Like, this could look a lot better, and right now it's super ergonomic to work with the actual UI, so yeah, let's fix that. Whoa. So before actually beginning and writing this, I need to break up this monolithic file. And we'll break it up as we actually work on this. So, actually I'm not going to scroll through all of this, because we have 2,600 lines of code in this single file. That's a spaghetti code of 4 all-nighters worth of work. So, we need to break this up into different files. I think layout builder is going to be one. The layout nodes itself might be another. But yeah. So we're going to create an actual UI file. The end of programming, other people's experience of it. Not quite sure what you mean, but it sounds profound. Okay, let's just copy all of this and throw it in here. And honestly, that should still work. That shouldn't break anything because the module path is exactly the same, but now we can break stuff out into different files, like layout and also bindings. And honestly, I kind of want to not call this bindings. I kind of want to call these lazy values. But there's already like lazy cell and stuff like that. Oh, that's interesting. I can actually send those to whatever AI system. Interesting. So one thing I need to do is figure out how to deal with text versus non-text UI. Because we have static shapes that respond very predictably to resizing, and we also have more dynamic shapes that respond, differently to resizing. So I guess that's kind of your static versus dynamic resizing systems. And I'm not sure quite how to handle that yet, aside from the kind of hard-coded taken from clay system we have right now. And the big thing, is that the final layout values are computed every frame, as opposed to, they're computed every frame as opposed to what I was going to try to do before, which is like lazily walk up and down the layout tree to try to only recompute layouts when I needed to, but that's not necessarily something I actually need to do. And I'm very tempted to I am very tempted to rebuild my data structures just from scratch right now, because the old system might be hard to work with the layout builder. So let's see, what do we have right now? These are the different content types. Wait a second. I know how I can handle this. I think I have an idea. Since values are lazily computed, the UI itself doesn't need the result of the UI builders doesn't need to be mutable, because whenever we need to change portions of the UI, we recompute that portion of the UI. So we have layout, we have a layout builder, and we have a layout emitter. And what does the layout builder return? The layout builder returns a UI element list, or things that implement both the UI drawable and UI layout traits, both of which can be dynamic traits. That way, instead of needing to create UI elements that work for everything, like I was trying to do with the UI content system, instead we can have a more generic system where width and height can be calculated dynamically. Because in the case of text, it does need to be computed heavy finger. And what is the result of UI layout? We have a UI layout struct, which gives us bindings to, or not, UI layout trait, and this is going to give me bindings to how to lay out this structure. So that has to do with our sizing. It will return different sizing structures. It will return mostly the different sizing structures, but also padding. Basically anything required to place that item inside of another layout. But maybe those sizing options should be part of UI element itself, and then UI layout here is for elements that have children. Then again, I don't know. I know this. We're gonna have a layout builder, which then returns a layout emitter, which takes in the builder compiles a list of bindings that give us these, plus some mappings, and then we get a layout emitter, which is just one binding that we call value on, and then we get a list of UI elements and UI layout. That way every single time a value that was used here changes, the layout emitter can detect that, and then this, next time this is pulled, we get the correct values for all of that. So this is just a very large system complexity-wise, so I'm having trouble like getting the full picture into my brain. So I know there's some portion missing in my brain right now that I won't fully realize what I'm missing versus not missing until we actually just jump in and do it. So we have a layout RS. Let's just start building that. Oh, I still have my window open. Let's close that. What do we need? Let's start at the beginning. We're just gonna say window. So this is our UI window. And I want windows to work in a specific way, and that's that they're going to have their own raylib context. That doesn't emit to a window. I don't want raylib rendering to window, I want to render to a texture. So I need to figure out how to do that. And that way, every single window handles overflow correctly. Because I don't want to handle overflow at the, like, per UI element level. I want to handle overflow at the window level. Like, if something gets too large for the window, it gets cut off. That way, I don't have to deal with any like weird masking things. It's just getting rendered to a texture. That also means that we could have cached certain parts of the UI don't need to be re-rendered every frame because we already rendered them. And if none of the values that went into rendering that thing has changed, we just don't need to render it. So let's look at raylib.rs. Whatever raylib library we're using. Come on. Apparently when I accidentally unsleep the headset, it resets my window positions. Yeah, so we have raylib init. There's a init window. There's a init. So we need to do this without the window. Oh, there's a init audio device. Interesting. That's how I could play audio if I wanted to. Yeah, rendering to a texture shouldn't be any different than rendering to a window, because when you set up your own graphics pipeline, you create a texture the size of the window and you pass that out to the graphics pipeline, and then or the OS. Begin texture mode, end texture. Oh! So we use the same raylib context, and then we just say begin texture mode and end texture mode. And that switches from us rendering a window to us rendering... Okay. Rendering to a texture. So I could even do this on a per window level, to some extent. Now let me check this out. Yeah, so if you do begin texture mode, we just take in the raylib red and a frame buffer. So we need to create a render texture. Nice. Okay, I like that. Now, not everything on screen is going to be its own texture, but every window on screen is going to be its own texture. So how are we gonna handle windows? I think we'll just have hub structure window. Here, I'm gonna add this to trying to get autocomplete working here. Okay, the problem is our module here is missing. I'm going to just yank these. Okay, where are we missing? In here. I guess I accidentally fumbled deleting that before copying it. Still has an unclosed delimiter. Which line does it say this is on? 1,000, 1,300, 1,398. What's going on here? Already deleted UIRS. I accidentally move it one line down or something? Which element is this function UI? No, I don't want the function to grow. Maybe I accidentally pasted that somewhere, I don't know. Let's see, is there still anything else? Still complaining about this. I think the rest of this. Not right sidebar, but wait. Get function UI goes down to get block UI. Yeah, I don't know. Here we go. So now bindings RS is the next culprit. Self cannot be known at compile time, but I do want to be able to consume self. Self cannot be known at compile time. Why does self need to be known at compile time? Maybe I can just add... Maybe I can just enforce that only sized bindings may be boxable. Oh, that works. Huh. I didn't... Usually stuff like that where, oh, can I do this simple thing, Rust, please? Just, no. Edge case. You can't do it that way. Like, ah. Oh, it worked. We're good. It's not mad at us. We can use bindings. Okay. So now... decide if I'm gonna do a builder for window or not. This is going to be an option. Oh, come on. Give me error checking, Rayla, please. So RL begin texture mode. It is interesting that they didn't do a closure for this, just RL texture mode, because that's usually the rest bindings way of doing this. We need a rated thread and a frame buffer, which is a FFI render texture 2D. Okay. So if I do that, is it gonna complain? Can it find the... Okay. So I don't have to put FFI there, it understands just render texture 2D. Nice. And then into this window, I'm going to take the content for the window. I guess that's another question is, should windows fit their content? I guess there are two different window layout options, which is... see, I should make a window builder. I don't want to make a window. I don't want to make a builder for everything. So new returns new window builder, pub struct. Window builder. To be able to... Okay, I want to be able to reference the size of the window. As a binding. But I also want the size of windows to be able to be dynamic. So I'm unsure. Well, why do I want to be able to reference width? That's a good question. I want to be able to reference width in the instances where... really where I'm able to resize things, but in that case I'm driving the width, so I would just create a binding. Okay, we're gonna continue forward with the current route, which is window builder. What do we need here? We need width, which is a we need an option of just boxed binding, I guess. For sizing. So layout here is going to have everything to do with the actual final laid out values. So layout direction, find out. It's literally right there. My LSP is not working. Okay, so this is at least getting errors. I need slightly stronger music. Let's see the vibes of this. Okay, so we need to grab border sizes into here as well. And sizing. There it is. That's the layout specifically for a text element. Can I get code actions for that? No. Okay. Now here. No, I don't want a similar struct. I want to use layout. No more errors in there. Go back to window building. I don't want to structure similarity. So we have width, we have height. Let me check what layout actually has. So layout has width, height, padding. Padding is do I want all of that? I think I do. So yeah, we're gonna have the layout of the window. Just start with no layout, and then when we're actually creating the window, we will build and return a window. Will consume self. And this actually needs to be a binding. I'm tempted to make this a binding as well, but we'll manage that through the actual update loop. That's the layout of our box. We'll also have content, which will be a binding box that returns a vector of I don't lose anything from doing it. Reference counted rather than box. Though I kind of want the vector itself. Since this is cached, you could repeatedly return the same vector. But do I want the individual elements to be reference counted? So let's have UI element now needs to be a rate. Which UI element is a long time coming. Wait a second. Does frame buffer actually need to be a member of the window? I think the answer is yes. Yeah, it does. Was it AWE? AWE was really fun. Yeah, I got to see lots of very cool stuff there. Yeah, it makes me very excited for the future of VR. Mostly the people I met. The conference itself, you go for the people, not the conference. I'll say that. How much charge does this have? Okay, full charge. Good. I don't need to plug that in. We need a function layout that returns a layout. We also need minimum width. Do I need min width? Do we also need a minimum height? Or just a minimum width? I feel like it's only minimum width that matters. Lots of AI will be great for VR. Uh, yeah. Hopefully the slop use of it doesn't make it hard on game devs, though. So the only thing AI will do is make it easier for game devs to make stuff. However, it might make it too easy to make stuff to the point where not enough effort is being put in. That's the danger. Too easy can be a bad thing, and yeah, I have some hot takes in this area. There's a lot of the current technical landscape that's like, let's lower the bar as much as possible, and I think lowering the bar is a good thing when done in the correct way. The context that this is most relevant in my mind, is like, I was watching a video recently by Theo on, like, it was basically him defending Electron apps, which is the yeah. So for those who aren't familiar, there is a large number of modern day applications that are Electron apps, and an Electron app means that it's essentially Chromium pretending to be a native application. So yeah, so like if I opened up Discord is an Electron app. If I open up, let's say the Riot client, for instance, I have my suspicions that, like, this kind of has a vibe to it, you know? Like, super smooth, it has a vibe to it that this is probably an Electron app. Though a well-done one. And like, Discord is another one where a lot of people complain about Discord. If you get the Notion desktop app, which I believe I have, or the Notion, a lot of phone apps are also Electron apps. But it's kind of this idea of, like, let's use the one UI framework that works everywhere. Like, in the browser, like, JavaScript works everywhere, and that idea is amazing. The idea of one language working everywhere is ideal. That is good. The problem is that it's JavaScript, so we built up a ton of infrastructure on top of an MVP. Like, JavaScript is an MVP that never really got extended, and because of the nature of the web, you can't fix it because you break everything if you fix it. And there's like this sentiment of, you can't be, the case that I've seen made for Electron apps that's like the strongest case is these teams would not have shipped without Electron. Like, if Electron didn't exist, there's a lot of devs that wouldn't have been able to make an application at all. And the wording that Theo used in that segment is like, if you care about better software, like, you can't have the opinion of Electron bad. I would heavily disagree with that, because the quality of software is objectively worse. The quality of the user experience is, in a lot of cases, objectively worse. I will admit, yes, if you are a good JavaScript programmer, you can make a good Electron app, and it can be, like, responsive, it can, you know, have all the bells and whistles. The problem is Electron and JavaScript don't push people to make better software. Now, when I will kind of backtrack a little and say, when he said if you don't care, like, if you have this opinion of not liking Electron, you don't like better software. I agree with his point. I think he used the wrong words, though. What he cares about is if you care about better tools, if you care about better things being created. And yes, Electron has allowed tools that are good that wouldn't have been created otherwise, like tools that are useful. However, the software isn't good. Like the software stack isn't good. Can make crappy code that does useful things. And my, like, yeah. I just don't like the web dev stack. You can do good things with it. And that's kind of like the same way I think about, like, AI is, it's incredibly useful. In fact, like, if I go here and do this, like, look, I have a literal chat here that that I can use to, like, I have AI tools that I have taken time out of my day to put into my editor. Can I untoggle this? I don't know how to close this. I very, let's see, Avante ask. There we go. But the problem is when it decreases quality because people aren't learning the skills required to make quality things, to no fault of their own. When things get too abstracted, it just hurts quality of things. And like what I'm doing right now, like what I am doing at this moment is trying to lower the bar of VR. However, like, I want to lower the bar in such a way that incentivizes people and gives people the tools to build things the correct way with a culture of building things in a... Why did my monitor reset? In building things with a good foundation. And that's why I'm not just doing, like, the RP1 or just name your VR startup that is doing a web browser based on a JavaScript framework. It's because the foundations are bad. If we're trying to build this, like, super technically complex medium on top of inherently inefficient things, that's just not good. And yes, there has been a lot of work put into JavaScript runtimes to make them faster, but that's the thing. You're working around the inherent slowness of a system to make it faster. And yes, JIT compiled JavaScript is really fast, but it can never be at the level of native code because it still has to work like JavaScript. It's just designed not for speed, it's designed for ease of use, which ease of use is, well, ease of building JavaScript itself. But yeah, it's designed for ease of the original developers of JavaScript, which is the worst group of people to design it for, because it, in my opinion, the least weighted factor in development should be the ease of creation for tool creators. Now, the actual creators of, like, a game, yes, it should be easy for the creators of a game to make it, but the tool creators should essentially, like, they should do the Dark Souls of coding. Me, I need to put in all the effort I possibly can to make the tools good for the people using them, because if I don't do that, that directly affects the output of everything. One person can make one game badly, and it will be fine. That won't affect an entire ecosystem. Tool creators, it does. Yeah. So you do bring up a good point. I view it in a similar light, which is you can give tools to create better quality, but you can give tools that make critical thinking obsolete. Yeah. And like, if you make the perfect tool, you can make critical thinking not required. Like, that is something you can do. The problem is when the tool still requires critical thinking to actually produce a good result. It's when those two things like cross, like disincentivize critical thinking, but critical thinking is still required. That is an unideal scenario. Not require critical thinking and not incentivizing it. That's fine. All right, back to this. Where was I? Right, so we need layout. Need min width. And these traits are going to be used externally by an external layout system. To actually create like a final layout. Like when we draw this UI element, into this draw function, we are going to give the rectangle that it should be drawn within, which is part of Prelude. Then when we call draw, this needs to resemble this UI element, which has a draw method somewhere. Here it is. Now, the question is, how do I handle the actual layout passes? Because for the vast majority of UI elements, they'll just use the regular layout computing passes. And there needs to be several passes. because we must compute, like, yeah, here's the entire compute layout. So we must compute all fit widths. We then compute dynamic widths. And the thing is, like, all of these have to be computed. All of them. Then all of these need to be computed to be able to compute this. Which must be, like, all of these need to be computed in this step. Which I guess I could have compute text wrap bolted on to the beginning of compute fit heights. For the vast majority of these, maybe? Ooh, okay. This is the only thing that changes between components. These are completely standard. These are completely standard. I can think of several scenarios I might need this in. Several. So, what I'll have is function compute derived height. And then I'll pass in the current width. And then we'll return the height. And we'll have a default and we'll only apply the consequences of this. Yeah, we'll only apply this if it's required. Or instead of No, we can keep it like this. We'll just call compute derived height on everything when needed. When it would make sense to. Yeah, I guess I would just do layout. I don't like having implicit rules, but I kind of feel like this has to be an implicit rule thing, where why is none of my LSP working? Oh, code actions available. Of course there's code actions. Yeah, so what I'm thinking about here is sizing. Could either be... What do I have jump to right now? Wherever it is. Sizing. So I have fixed sizing, where it retains an exact size. We have the ability to prefer a size. We have the ability to fit to a particular size, and the option to grow to a particular size, with an optional minimum. Fit with an optional minimum, grow with an optional maximum. And what I could also have here is derived. Here we'd say compute only height from the current compute only height from the computed width. And see, the problem with this is only applicable in one scenario out of 4 that I can think of that use this variable, which is UI element layouts, width and height, and window layouts, width and height. This only applies for... Why do I have a wire on this? This seems to work fine.
That's not concerning at all.
This is a 3D printer filament. Why did I have this in the back of my headset? Oh well. I don't want to do this. The other option that I could do is make there be 2 types of layouts. But even then we would need layouts that are able to compute derived heights. Like, I would still need this function, but it would go on a layout option instead. So I think I'm going to do here with the complicit compute derived height. The height that this computes overrides the layout height if it does return something. And I think that this is the way that this has to be. Like, it must be this way. And do I want this to be mutable? That's fine. It is something where I would like to be able to cache a value. So I might store it internally as a binding, as a mapped binding. Just to do that. But I think this is all we need to be able to compute this rectangle. However, I don't think min width. Yeah, min width is something we compute while walking the layout. So this is really all we need. For our UI elements. This is element RS? Okay, so we can now start defining elements. And what type of elements do we want to have? Essentially just UI content. I'm gonna try restarting my LSP real fast. Okay, the LSP is dead. Derived. Did I keep derived in there? Layout. Where's layout? Oh, it's because main RS has issues. No wonder none of my LSP stuff is working, because it completely craps out if like parent modules aren't compiling correctly, or parent entire crates. Which is one thing that I'm not a fan of with Rust. Like, there's a lot of work put into the compiler to have it still work, but like Rust Analyzer just, yeah, it just kind of craps itself. Alright, pub struct. I'm gonna have a shape element, and this shape element will contain all the different element types we need. I'm wondering if I want to do Swift UI, specifically for Vision OS, has the ability to lay out things in a vertical direction. And this is useful when you want to layer visual elements on top of each other instead of laying them out in a list. And I'm thinking... Well, actually, with the builder pattern that I'm doing right now, don't necessarily need to do vertical lists, but eventually when I'm using this system to do 3D UIs, it will definitely be in BraneScript by the time I'm doing 3D UIs though. So let's ignore that for now. We will ignore 3D UI for now. For now. And I also want border rects and like circles. So let's see. Let's look at Raylib UI. See all the different shapes we can make. Actually, shape element will, oh actually I need to do implement UI element for shape element. Elements in main, right? Wait, did I not delete UI? Yes, I did, though. I guess maybe I accidentally undid that. I'm actually going to change this to border. Because that, like, is closer to CSS, and my brain, unfortunately, is tainted by that. Code actions available. You just implement these. I would really like error checking, please. First error is in element RS. We need to fix element RS. That's the file we're in. I would appreciate having a working LSP. Oh, I know what I can do. Where is... there's modRS. We are just going to comment out everything. So if this is overloading the LSP, it will stop bothering us. And then we will go to mainRS and comment out our references. To UI context. And now, no code actions built still. Fine, I will write my function definitions manually. Do I want the sheep kind to be able to change? Is shaped kind a binding? I think it can be. Most of the time, it'll just be a constant. Actually, if I'm doing with the ImGui system, then most of the time, this is going to be static and then change to the ImGui system. This is where I would really like code actions to filter this out. But did my workplace not save? Oh. There we go. Sometimes you just need to restart. Okay, and this is gonna be D, draw, rectangle, rec, Oh wait, it's just Shift K? Here I am doing like whole key combinations. No, so this is just rectangle, roundness, segments, just roughly, let's do 6, and color. Then with the border rectangle, I could really do all of this with just a rounded rectangle with borders. I just did color and border color. I could just use conditionals here. Because I do want rectangles with a border to be a pretty standard thing to draw. So instead of this, let's do this. So we're gonna have a rectangle with background. Border, which is going to be... Oh, can I nest them like this? It'd be kind of crazy if I could. This needs to be an option. Let's do a tuple, so it's border width and color. Yeah, so instead of all of this, can I represent every single type of rectangle I want to draw like this? Quite possibly. Now does now all those gradient functions look I like the idea of gradient UI. Let's actually look at what that looks like. Because Raylib could have... Let's see, Raylib examples. HTML. And I want shapes. There's a gradients. So this is what a gradient rectangle looks like, which that is pretty clean, and that's what a gradient ellipse looks like. That is pretty clean. Can I draw a rectangle? That is rounded? Can I draw a rounded gradient? Horizontal, vertex colors, vertical, horizontal. So this is the underlying thing. But rounded rectangles are only possible when not doing that. Okay. And I do really like rounded rectangles, so we're gonna stick with that. I prefer to have a rounded UI than gradient UI. So let's see what draw ellipse takes. Center X, center Y, radius. Radius. Oh, well, actually, let's see. You're gonna just look on this page here. Draw ellipse. That's not telling me what. Radius, height, radius, V. What does radius H and radius V mean? Oh, wait. Is that just the vertical and horizontal? vertical and horizontal width. Is that all that's saying? And of course we have the full-on polygon over here. I need to figure out how to avoid the abundance of stair stepping that Raylob has. I guess that's just the MSAA values, which you can crank MSAA for UI, right? And it will be fine. This will just be background. So first we'll do if let some background draw match on corner radius. Just doing a match instead of if else, but you could do an if else here. We'll just do R. Draw rectangle, rect, then R. Then here we'll do draw rectangle rounded. Rectangle. Oh, wait. That's corner radius. So I actually want it here. I want to swap these. Oh, wait. I have calculations here. Dang. Oh. Here we go. Instead of doing self-rect, it's just rect. And then we can just directly plug the corner radius in. For segments, I'm just gonna do like 6. Here we'll just put in a background. Nice. Now we'll just do the exact same thing, but for border. Instead of background, border. Picks a rectangle, the roundness, the segment's color. There we go, that gives me line thickness. And then we're gonna unwrap this into width and color. Here we go. Now let's implement ellipses. If let some background. And then let's do center is equal to if I do, okay, there's no extended version. That's radius. We need to let. messing with those. Radius height, radius V. Height, vertical? What? Just gonna do width and height. Okay, this is accept. Here's the X and Y as 32. There we go. Do I not have a draw ellipse lines extended for colors? Apparently no. No, I do not. Is it just 1 pixel thick by default? Because I don't want a 1 pixel thick by default thing. Maybe I should see what H and V are. I wish it had examples of different sized shapes. I could have sworn I've seen this as like a Khan Academy program like 5 times. using GL lines. Oh, that's using OpenGL line rendering. Okay. Maybe if I want to draw circles, I should just recursively do it. Why did he use V as the coordinate for that? Radius vector? Actually, am I currently displaying anything? Like, can I run the program? Like I might not be able to. Do rendering ellipse need rotation? That's my current thought. Is that V is the radius vector. Which means I might stick with rounded rectangles as my ellipses. To be honest. Because I can emulate circles very easily by just making a rectangle. And then that actually does let me do border width. The line thickness. Yeah. So we're just going to use rounded rectangles as our circles in our UI, because it's easy. Indeed, potentially rotated. And I think this is all the shape element needs to be. So now, we have a structured text element. And what I'm going to put in here is a vector of string. And this bool is whether this string is followed by a space or not. We have our font segments, or our text segments, all the breakable segments of text, the font, and the size. And then when rendering, and this is going to be a box binding here. I don't think the font type or the size of the text need to be bindings. That can be a full section re-render. Returns that is the wrapped version of this string. You know, Raylib doesn't have a good way to space text. So, what I'm going to do is just individually render every single segment of text. Yeah. This'll work. But we are still going to have a mapped binding to this, because I don't want to have to recompute this every frame. This is going to be an expensive recompute. Actually, the expensive part is computing the width of the string itself. And the reason I have this as a map binding is because it needs to be mapped from a text. It needs to be mapped from a text binding. We'll just, when we create the text element, we take this, throw a mapping operation to get this. Then this is going to be a can't do implementations, can I?
Can't directly say that it's a closure either. Actually,
I can just say that it's a pure function, can't I? That this takes in a reference counted vector and returns out a reference counted vec of floats. Yeah. Now, as long as that's a pure function, we're good to go. By which I mean it doesn't capture any state. Which it does, because it needs to capture the font. Dang it. I'll just have it be the binding box for reference counted at 32, because there will need to be a box somewhere. And I was trying to avoid that. So we have text segments, the segment widths. I think that is all the data we need to work with. So now if we implement UI element for text element, we also compute the derived height as well here. So the layout is just going to be layout for a text element. And I'm gonna make this a binding as well, so we can map from segment widths to the minimum width of the text. And that way, instead of having to do this whole function here to actually get the minimum, all this widths and do a tuple, since we can calculate both of them at once. Yeah, this will be our preferred width and our minimum width. Eek. So now here, we just do sizing equals and this is why I really wanted to do bindings, is because I don't have to worry about the implementation when I'm actually using the values, and it's all auto-cached. So I can do target equals, ooh, wait. We can do that. Can I do that? Oh no, that's unwrapping. Nice. Now layout. I'm gonna say doesn't need a text element. I think we need to do compute derived height first. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter which order these functions are in, but I want to order it that way. Alright. Here, 1 second. I will be right back. time do I have? An hour and 45 minutes. Can I get some semblance of this working? An hour and 45 minutes. I don't know. Stop centering my center display. I would like you not to do that, virtual desktop. Be highly appreciated if you would allow me to retain my monitor positions. Now I can't control kerning unless I wanted to individually render each glyph, which might be what ImGui is doing behind the scenes, so it might not be inefficient to do that. So let's do, actually we can just test. Get line height? So there's measure text, which gets me the width and height, but the height of text doesn't necessarily align with if I get glyph info. What do I get? I get the offset X, offset Y. The advanced X. So this is like how much the actual image should be shifted, and then this is the how much it should advance. See, UI is all single threaded, so we don't need the arc that I've been using so far. The value, and then I also want not necessarily the size, but I do want the line spacing. And this will be a font value itself. Then here, I will accept a font. And now I don't have to worry about, you know, line spacing or whatever. We just give it the font size. Because I don't know if ImGui handles line spacing, or not ImGui. Yeah, the recommendation is just draw lines, text, extension. There's not really a way for me to grab line heights. Well, I can get line heights automatically. Just by grabbing the width of a line. Oh wait, is that why? Is that why text has that margin underneath it? That's why text has that margin underneath it. Okay. So I could technically grab line spacing when I create font. So let's... Then with line spacing, let's do font, measure text, and then just measure the size of a space at font size 1. Let's do 100 for good measure. Let's get the height of this and then divide it by 100. I want to avoid doing it by a smaller value, by a different font size, because I could see... I mean, it's a flow, so I don't think one would mess it up too much. I'm worried about that. So this will be our default line spacing, just the height of text. Cool. And now when we go and compute derived height, can just do some self segment widths. Could do it as fold. Usually I hate inline structs, but I just realized I can use them here. We can get the current width. Can also get just the current width and height, which I guess could be a vec too. Zero width, zero height. Gonna say size and then current segment. If size x plus segment zero, I think. Actually, we're just doing segment widths. Spaces. List of segments with a bool representing if a segment is followed by a space, a multiple spaces will be represented as empty strings with a true bool. Or I could just include, well, here's the thing, if a new line happens, a space doesn't exist. Well, let's say you're doing ASCII art. Then spaces do really matter. How about instead we just have spaces as their own segments? And then here we'll do if the bool is true, this is and ignore. This is a width that may be ignored on a wrap. Yeah. This will work. So both in compute derived heights and get font default, if we have a segment, if we have a fresh line, we can just ignore spaces. This will have the effect of such as non-leading spaces. So I'm going to set these booleans to be false for spaces that precede text on the first line, but then any text after that, any spaces on a new line will be ignored. So if size X plus size 0 is greater than width. Unclosed delimiter. Where? All of these seem to be closed. What type of unclosed delimiter? Affected square brace. Ah, there's my missing delimiter. Oh, that's why it's not complaining. So if size X plus the segment 0 is more than width, then we're going to reset the size. Say size Y is plus self font line spacing. Dang, and now I do need like the current line width. Now the current, well, we'll do this plus self font line spacing, is the width of no, it's the height of I think we can ignore the size of and we'll start with line spacing as our height. But we do want to account for the width of segment, so I'm actually going to do if segment 1, then since we're treating this as if it's on a new line, we want to return from here a Y. There we go. And this should accurately represent the height of our system. Now we basically write the exact same system. So here in draw, Create a cursor. Also going to say space width is equal to self font value. I'm just going to cache that in font itself. That way we don't waste time queuing up graphics calls to, you know, space. Yeah, that should be right. It's like kerning or something, I don't know. We just have that as part of the font. So now for segment in self-text segments. I'm also gonna zip this with self-text segment or segment sizes. There's a cool thing you can do with iterators. If you want to iterate two lists matched up with each other, you can just use zip, which is very nice. Iterators. We're able to destructure that into the actual values. So now we say let's see. If cursor x is greater than or equal to rect width plus rect x cursor x equals rect x cursor y plus equals self font line spacing. So that just handles new lines if needed. We're gonna do cursor x plus equals size, and then here we'll do if not space draw text extended self font value. As ref font, yep. Texture, or no, not text. The actual text to write. The position. That will be segment as string. And this is a significantly more advanced text rendering than I was doing before. There's a lot less allocations this way, like so many less per frame. That is a vector 2 as our cursor, so I can just say cursor and be done with it. And then finally, the color. What if I allowed for color escape codes on text? Maybe I just do like a text builder or something like that. Or colored text builder. Yeah. It's a bit overkill. bit overkill memory-wise. It would be cool to have like a really clean system for inline colors. Font size, spacing. What are we doing for font? Oh. And I think that, yeah. Yeah. I do believe that correctly wraps text. Maybe. If cursor X plus size X then we want to reset also let new line is equal if new line we want to do that if not new line or not a space. I guess more commonly it would be if this is not a space, or if this is not a new line. If this, we'll ignore the first space on a new line, otherwise if there's like 2 spaces in a row, we won't ignore the second space. The way I want to handle that. And I believe that's the way that I handle in height as well. So the one last thing that I need is children. And I'm actually going to make this an option for a reference counted vector. Is the vector of do I want the UI elements themselves to be reference counted? They might be moved around. So yes. Yeah, I do need to move them around. So yeah. And then this is a binding that returns these UI elements. And text may never have children, because that would be a nightmare. Alright. I do think that this is in fact everything I need to be able to store the correct data for this new paradigm of UI element. So next what we need is to actually be able to create a drawing, like a draw tree. See, this is where I actually do need to be able to cache the values. Like the current... Wait a second. I just had an incredibly cursed idea. When I'm computing layouts, and I need to store, since I do multiple passes over layouts, and when I do multiple passes over the layouts, the structure of the elements won't change. Because of that, I can since the structure won't change, I can just record a blank index for every single element, and then no, that wouldn't work, because I would also need to do event handling, and event handling needs the cached results of the last draw. And wait a second, no. Well, I don't know. Okay. Multiple events may fire per frame. Those events may change bindings. May change bindings. Which changes how those events would be handled. Or asking, must I allocate the tree structure? That's something I must do. Because, well, theoretically, if I have a computed layout, that is just entries and then a vector of layout entry. Now the reason I want this to just be a vector is because that means if nothing changes, I can just keep reusing this layout entry. I can use it for event handling and handle all events as if there was no structural change in the layout until this computed layout gets Brane reconstructed or whatever. So, and then that means that we're not reallocating the vector every frame, because if we call clear doesn't clear the memory of a vector. It just sets the length to 0, but the memory is all still allocated, so I could reallocate that, regrow that array at no cost past the initial values. In fact, I could like pre-reserve memory for that vector. It probably should do. But yeah, so this layout entry would have potential parent of the element. The element, which can be a reference counted dynamic pointer to a UI element. And we need this for both drawing purposes and yeah, both drawing purposes as well as event handling. Yeah, and then to draw, we just walk over this in reverse, because that will give us the, and well, for both event handling and drawing, we just iterate this vector in reverse, because that draws the furthest leaf nodes for, no, wait. No, for drawing, we want to iterate this forward. For event handling, we want to iterate it in reverse. Because we want to draw backgrounds first. And yeah, if we don't, yeah. Forward for drawing, backwards for event handling. Oh, right. I technically don't even need to store parent data here. Technically. Okay, let's actually implement a computed layout. I'm gonna stick new instead of anything fancy. We're going to pass in a root, which will be a reference counted dynamic UI element. And we will return a computed layout. And the job of computed layout is to serve as essentially what UI element was doing before. Headset battery is low, and for some reason headset battery low, that pop-up moves my screens! No, I don't want screens to move on a recenter. Is there an option for that? Before I complain, is this a skill issue? Okay, I'm not seeing a setting to turn off my screen's recentering when the headset also recenters. Why would the headset recenter when I get a power level pop up? That seems no. So what we need to do first is create a vector of layout entries. Actually, if we want to be able to recompute this, we do need we can't find UI element. Show it is right here. Show it's right here. Any elements? Actually, let's just stick with Vec new, because I can see us having some small layouts. We'll have recompute. UI element builder. We don't need UI element builder for now. We need we don't even need draw, to be honest. Or be in There's no way. There we go. Okay. I don't know if it needs to be moved, but maybe. It needs to be moved. There we go. That is how we draw everything. We just call draw on everything. And when we recompute, we take a mutable reference to self. Do we need anything else other than ourselves? No. So we're going to clear entries. first thing we're going to do, update entries. Alright, that should correctly pre-populate our list of entries. And now we just need to rewrite Yeah, now we need to do all of these. These members of layout directory. I think I do. So I'm gonna test something here that I've yet to test on stream, but I teased at the beginning. And that is we're gonna use AI to edit this in editor. So I'm gonna say refactor. Functions to the members of the layout arena to self. Let's see what happens. And here's what I want to do. When I said that I used all of my VRAM, I mean, it uses all of my VRAM. Like, all of it. Like, hopefully my stream is still smooth. Like, OBS seems to be going fine. And I can even hear like audible coil whine from my GPU right now. Yeah, I might replace this with the model that's half the size of this one. I'm gonna swap this out for the slightly smaller model. This one's supposed to be competitive with GPT-4o, the one I'm using right now. GPT-3 level performance would be fine in these cases. But hey, that was theoretically a lot of work that I didn't need to do. I am slightly scared it deleted stuff because actually no, that's fine. I need to figure out how to do the plan view because this plugin has a plan view. Returns a reference. Good. then access with mutable is actually access. Yeah, access with mut. Need better names for these two. Oh, it's because they're private methods. Oh. Yeah, that should be able to handle a mutable reference and auto figuring that out. Content. Oh, this is if it's text. That is one more thing I need to add to layout entries is the minimum width for them. That way they do not become smooshed. And then when we do compute fit size, if this is text, oh right, I had wrap versus non-wrap text. Not gonna worry about it for now. Oh, right. The way I was getting the wrapped text size was by new lining everything. Right. Yeah, we don't need to do this anymore. Though this was a really elegant solution, in my opinion. This will be axis. Axis width. We're going to do enumerate. And the width is going to be plus the axis width for self entries. Here, I'm gonna do gonna have to do this a lot, iterating child entries. What we're gonna do is gonna take a I'll do moot. Mutable cell moot entry. No. There's too much weird borrow checker errors I would have to deal with there. E index plus index. Function length is private. For gore. Yeah, that's still complaining. Here's what I can do. Here's what I'll do is we're gonna say before is equal to self entries Oh, that's interesting. Subsplices separated by elements that match the predicate, limited to returning at most n items. Matched element is not. The matched element is not contained? I'm gonna say split at the index. If I'm understanding this correctly, this splits it into two vectors, or two slices. And we're gonna say let parent is equal to self or remaining parent equal remaining split first mutable. Then that parent that we've split off there is that final value. Then we match on let children equal match parent dot element. That's a layout entry. In what case does this return none? Or none if it's empty. It returns the first and all the rest of the elements of the slice, or none if it's... Okay. I think this will work. Like, we can have... There's such thing as an empty slice. So it's just for if parent exists or not, which it should always exist. So in the case of there being a children vector, we are going to return split at mutable E, or not E index. This would literally just be length. Or easier, we could just do .0. That work? Okay, so this should get us the parent entry and then optionally a list of child entries. Actually, I don't want this to be optional because I don't want to have to deal with that. So, instead, what I'm gonna do is children is going to equal remaining split at mutable children. Unwrap or 0 map. CC length. So this should return a 0 length vector in the case of splitting on 0. So if there are no children, we just return a empty slice. So now here, entry child equals self Here, I'm gonna do or unused in child count for e index. That's readable, and then we don't do children there. Then here we do self get parent child entries. And then here we can just do entry. Here, instead of iterating over those, we just do children. And man, with some complicated helper functions. Working with the Rust borrow checker. Can almost be painless. Give myself 10 minutes. I will need to sign off soon. I have roughly like come on, load. Thank you. Yeah, like 1,300 calories to slam before midnight. So I need to go do that at some point here. Because I'm trying to be healthy and gain weight. I have to go to work. Okay, which means I need to stop faffing about and move on to reiterate and compute dynamic size filter all. Oh joy, did I get fancy with like iterators and stuff? I did, didn't I? So with the compute fit size, this is depth first search. So we compute children values and then compute parent values. But with computing dynamic sizes, we compute parent values and then move on to child values. Wait a second. When I compute dynamic size... Okay, yeah. The iteration here occurs not... The recursiveness is not part of the function itself. It's in the wrapper functions. So I don't need to worry about recursion at all. Yippee! I also don't need to worry about text wrapping. I do want to save this code though, because I'm gonna need to implement it. Essentially gonna grab this text and use it to create those text segments that we were storing before. Here, I can just right away go for entry and then children. Widths. say ret index is equal to that, because we do the +1 and then we iterate over all the children. Meaning that this return index yes. So now return index will recursively grow correctly. This means that... Dang it. This means that it's really hard to compute what index this is going to... Or rather, it's really hard to get child entries. Really hard to split. Yeah, so I was imagining, like, oh, we have this, like, vector where we'll have one element and then all the children of the element will be after that element. But like, what if these children have children? Then there's a gap between this element and its children. And this isn't a problem when we're actually doing recursive iteration over all of this, because this index here, that will always be correct. Get parent-child entities. The way this is currently working won't be correct, and I'm trying to avoid allocating vectors all over the place every single frame, which is the entire point of having entries as a vector. So what we're going to do instead is layout entries. Is there a way to compute? Is there a way to compute this without iterating over the entire vector and doing a filter? Because there's going to be tens of thousands of layout entries. And I don't want to have to iterate over the... Yeah, that's an exponential. If I have to just... If I put a parent onto the layout entry, Yeah, I just have to create a tree data structure and allocate the space for that. I don't have to allocate any vectors. But I do have to allocate a tree data structure. And I was really trying to avoid that. Alright. Well, it's about time for me to log off. It's getting a little late. And yes, I'm gonna stay up for like 4 more hours working on this. But I need to go dip and eat some calories. But yeah, lots of promising progress here. I will definitely post something in the Discord if I do get something working, which could happen, might not. Would be cool if it happened. Thousands of lines of code to refactor. If I do get it working. So probably not, but maybe. Alright, I'll see you all around. Bye.